Before there was form, there was the Word. Before the mountains stood, before the rivers sang their silver songs, before even the whisper of wind, there was the voice. A sacred utterance moved across the infinite silence, and darkness trembled under the command, "Let there be light." And there was light bursting forth in radiant obedience, answering the call of divine intention. This was the first law creation response to speech. The Word is the architect of worlds. From that ancient breath, galaxies unfurled like golden scrolls, stars spun in rhythm, and every atom learned to dance to the melody of divine decree. The universe itself is a song still singing, echoing the syllables of God's first utterance. You, beloved listener, were formed from that same vibration. Within your tongue lies the same creative energy that spoke the cosmos awake. Your words are not mere sounds. They are living instruments of divine will. Every syllable you speak carries the DNA of creation. When you say "I am," you awaken power older than time. It is written, "Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God." This truth extends beyond Scripture. It is a spiritual science. Bread nourishes the body. Word nourishes destiny. When you speak with conviction aligned to divine truth, you feed your life with heavenly sustenance. There came a day in my own journey when this revelation struck like lightning. I had labored, struggled, and pushed, believing that only through effort could abundance come. My hands were weary, yet my purse was light. One evening, while reading the words of Florence Scovel Shinn, I paused on her declaration, "Your word is your wand." That sentence shimmered in the air before me, alive with an invisible current. I whispered it aloud tentatively at first, then again with growing wonder. My word is my wand. I realized I had been trying to build my life with bricks of effort while neglecting the blueprint of speech. My mouth had been filled with complaint, with fear, with self-doubt, and the universe, obedient as always, had mirrored back the poverty I proclaimed. But when I began to speak differently, when I dared to decree abundance, peace, and divine order, something changed. It was as though invisible hands rearranged circumstances, leading me into ease where there had been struggle. Opportunities arose without strain. The air itself felt charged with possibility. I understood then that I was not a beggar in God's kingdom. I was a co-creator. Words are seeds, and the universe is fertile soil. You plant with every sentence, and your harvest is inevitable. Speak scarcity, reap scarcity. Speak abundance, reap abundance. The spoken word is the sower's hand. Consider this: the human mouth placed so near the breath of life is not an accident. It is a divine instrument, a sacred gate through which invisible substance takes shape. Each word is a command issued into the ethers. To speak, "I am rich in divine ideas," is to send angels of provision rushing forth to fulfill it. To murmur, "I can't afford this," is to bind those same angels, turning them from you in sorrow. Beloved, your speech is your magic. It does not depend on education, age, or circumstance. It depends on alignment. When you speak from faith, your words carry the vibration of heaven itself. The universe recognizes the tone of divine authority and responds instantly, for it knows the voice of its maker, and you too carry that signature sound. Pause for a moment. Breathe deeply. Feel the miracle of air filling your lungs. That breath is the spirit that once hovered over the waters of creation. Now let it move through you, charged with intention. Whisper, In the beginning was the Word, and that Word now moves through me. Repeat it gently until your heart believes it. This is the genesis of abundance. Labor alone is the shadow. Speech is the light. When your words harmonize with faith, you align with the same frequency that called the universe into being. Have you ever spoken something in faith and watched it unfold? Share your testimony in the comments. Let us magnify this truth together. The universe is not silent. Though our human ears may hear stillness beneath every appearance of calm, hums a divine orchestra, frequencies vibrating, singing, creating. From the smallest particle of dust to the blazing heart of a star, all things move in rhythm to unseen waves of energy. And the Word became flesh, the scripture says, not as metaphor, but as revelation, vibration condensed into form. Sound is the original architect. Before there was shape, there was tone. The ancient mystics understood this truth well. They spoke sacred words not merely to communicate, but to create. Each syllable was a spell of intention, each chant a tuning fork aligning human consciousness with divine order. The uttered word is a spark of vibration that sets creation in motion. Modern science, unknowing of the scripture's poetry, confirms what prophets long proclaimed: sound shapes matter. There are experiments where sound waves are passed over sand-covered plates, and instantly the grains arrange themselves into patterns, circles, spirals, stars, perfect geometry drawn by invisible tone. Change the frequency and the pattern changes. Sound builds form. So too with your words. Your speech vibrates through the substance of your life, arranging the particles of experience into the patterns you decree. When you say, "Everything always works out for me," your words set a frequency of harmony that compels life's elements to fall into place. When you sigh, "Nothing ever goes right," the same sacred law obeys, but in reverse, shaping disorder from your own vibration. Florence, Scovel, Shinn wrote, "Your word is your wand." The words you speak create your own destiny. Every utterance sends a signal into the spiritual ether, a frequency that must return as form. Words are not idle. They are living vibrations clothed in syllables, but charged with creative force. There is a vast difference between saying something and decreeing it. When a person merely speaks, they often echo fear or habit. But when they decree, they speak from the throne of consciousness with authority, faith, and alignment. The universe recognizes that vibration and rushes to obey. Think of a tuning fork. Strike one and another of the same pitch nearby will begin to hum. This is resonance. The same principle governs wealth, opportunity, and peace. They vibrate at certain frequencies of confidence, gratitude, expectancy. When your words carry those tones, they resonate with prosperity itself, drawing it into your sphere. Money, beloved, is vibration condensed into material form. It is not moral or amoral, it is obedient. It flows to where the energy is clear and confident. It resists where the vibration is one of fear, resentment, or unworthiness. You may labor endlessly and still struggle if your speech contradicts your intention. You may work less and flourish if your vibration is aligned. Words spoken from faith are the true currency of the spiritual economy. Let us consider the case of a woman I once met, a teacher, weary from years of barely surviving on her income. She often said, "I work so hard, but I never have enough." She did not know her words were weaving the web that held her captive. One day, after attending a study of Shinn's writings, she decided to change her speech, not her job, not her hours, but her language. She began each morning by declaring, "I am richly supplied. Divine substance flows freely into my life. Everything I do prospers." At first it felt foolish. She confessed that her outer world looked the same, yet she persisted. Each word repeated with faith began to shift her vibration. Within weeks, unexpected gifts appeared. A parent of one of her students offered her a side tutoring opportunity that paid double her hourly wage. Months later, she was promoted to a higher teaching position with benefits and bonuses. She told me through tears, "Nothing really changed except my words. Words build, words break, words bless. Say it aloud, words build, words break, words bless." Each statement you make sets a pattern in motion. If your speech has been filled with poverty language phrases like "I can't, it's hard," "there's never enough," then your life has obediently mirrored that vibration. But the good news is this: you can change your vibration today by changing your words. When you speak abundance, the universe must reorganize to reflect it. It may not happen overnight, for vibration must gather momentum. But every decree, every declaration sends waves rippling through unseen fields, drawing substance into new form. Think of a stone cast into still water. The ripples widen, touching every shore. So too, your words. You may speak here now in your room, and yet that vibration travels through emotion, through consciousness, through the divine matrix that connects all things until it finds resonance in form. You have felt this before. You have spoken in anger and later watched your day unravel. You have uttered hope, and within hours good news appeared. This is not coincidence. It is the law of vibration. Listen to your own words. Do they hum with faith or with fear? Are they sowing lack or life? Remember, vibration is impartial. It simply responds. The language of complaint broadcasts scarcity. The language of gratitude broadcasts wealth. You do not need to strain to make this work. Simply observe. Catch yourself in the act of speech. When you hear yourself declare limitation, gently pause and correct it. Instead of, "I can't afford that," say, "It is not yet mine to buy, but divine supply is preparing the way." Instead of "Money is hard to come by," say, "Money is divine energy, and it flows to me with ease." Instead of "It always goes wrong," say, "Everything is aligning for my highest good." Each correction lifts your frequency higher. You are retuning your life's instrument. Florence Scovel Shinn once wrote, "The invisible forces are ever working for man who is always commanding, always demanding." This is not arrogance, it is cooperation with divine law. The universe delights in responding to faith-filled decree. So today, let your words become your music. Speak wealth as rhythm. Speak joy as melody. Speak peace as harmony. The world will dance to your song. Pause now. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Hear your own voice within saying, "My words vibrate with divine substance. Every sound I speak blesses my world." Let that vibration settle in your chest. Feel it hum in your bones, radiate through your being. You are a living instrument of creation. The spiritual science of vibration is not abstract. It is practical, immediate, measurable. You will know it by its fruits. As your words become purer, your circumstances will respond in kind. Pause now and listen to your own words. Are they sowing lack or life? If this message speaks to you, subscribe for more teachings of divine prosperity. There's power in the spoken word, but there is life in the believed word. Without faith, the tongue is like a lamp. Without electricity, it has form, but no illumination. Faith is the invisible current that lights the bulb of manifestation. It is the spark that animates every decree, the unseen voltage that turns mere syllables into creative commands. Imagine, if you will, a city asleep in darkness. The buildings are there, the lamps are hung, the wires are strung, but until the switch is turned, the light remains unborn. The power exists, waiting, humming behind the veil, yet nothing happens until connection is made. Such is the word without faith. The circuit of creation is incomplete until belief flows. When you speak, your words travel through the unseen ethers like electricity through copper. But it is faith that conducts the energy, allowing divine power to surge through the utterance. Without faith, your words fall flat, echoing faintly against the walls of circumstance. With faith, they ignite the heavens. According to your faith, be it unto you. These are not idle words. They are the most exact scientific statement of creation ever given. Faith is the current that draws invisible substance into visible form. It is the magnetism that attracts what is decreed. Let us use the simple image of the light bulb. The bulb itself is your word, clear, designed, ready to express. The wire is your thought, giving direction to your energy. But faith is the electricity that completes the circuit. When belief flows, the bulb glows. Your words illuminate the darkness of your experience. When doubt severs the wire, your light flickers and dies. I once met a man whose story perfectly reveals this truth. He was drowning in debt letters, unopened calls, unanswered fear his daily companion. He had read many books on prosperity, even memorized affirmations, but his words were mechanical, empty. Each morning he declared, "I am rich, I am free," but his heart whispered liar. Then one night, in a moment of surrender, he fell to his knees and prayed not the prayer of panic, but the prayer of trust. He said aloud, "God, I release this fear. I no longer try to make things happen. I now rest in divine supply." Something shifted. His words that night carried faith not as performance, but as truth realized. Within days, one of his former clients reached out asking him to take on a consulting project that not only cleared his debt, but opened a steady income stream. The moment I stopped repeating words I didn't believe he said and began to feel the truth, everything changed. Faith had turned his words from empty shells into living decrees. Faith does not strain, it knows. It does not plead, it declares. It does not hope vaguely, it commands lovingly. Faith is the inner recognition that the unseen is already real. It is the electric certainty that flicks on the light before the evidence appears. Jesus said, "If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence, and it shall remove." The power is not in the size of the seed, but in the life within it. One spark of faith contains the current to move any mountain of lack or fear. Consider the humble mustard seed, tiny, unassuming, yet carrying within it the full pattern of the tree it shall become. Faith operates in the same way. It need not be grand or elaborate, it must only be alive. When you speak with living faith, your words contain the code of fulfillment. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly." This is the divine paradox. You speak not because you need, but because you already are. You decree not to beg heaven, but to align with heaven's existing bounty. Faith transforms asking into claiming. There is a subtle but vital shift that occurs when one begins to feel their words. Saying I am divinely provided for without belief is like knocking on a locked door. But saying it with faith is to realize the door was never locked at all. It opens inward toward you. Faith is emotional electricity. You feel it when your heart burns with conviction, when your chest expands with knowing. It is the moment when your declaration no longer feels like wishful thinking, but like remembrance, something ancient within you, nodding. Yes, this is true. Do you recall a time when you spoke something and felt its power immediately? Perhaps you declared, I can do this, and strength surged through you. Or you said, I forgive, and peace descended like light through clouds. That surge, that certainty was faith flowing through your words. Every great miracle, ancient or modern, follows the same circuit word spoken. Faith activated, manifestation released. There is no mystery, only divine law. Let your faith be felt before you see results. Speak your word, then rest not in anxiety, but in gratitude. The moment you decree with faith, your desire begins moving towards you. Florence called this the law of non-resistance, to rest in the unseen certainty that what is yours is already established in divine mind. In those quiet moments when doubt whispers, what if it doesn't work? Smile gently and reply, it already has. For in the unseen realm, creation is instantaneous. Time is only the unfolding of what faith has already completed. I remember another story, a young mother who lived in continual fear of financial collapse. Bills came faster than paychecks, and her anxiety filled every conversation. One evening, after reading the verse, "Let the weak say I am strong," she felt a divine nudge. "Let the poor say I am rich." So she began to speak differently. Each morning, while folding laundry or preparing her children's meals, she would affirm aloud, "I live in divine abundance. Every need is met before I even ask." At first, it felt like make-believe, but slowly, a quiet confidence grew. The electricity of faith began to hum. Within months, her husband received a promotion. Unexpected checks appeared. Medical expenses were covered effortlessly. She said it was as if my words became living servants. Faith gave them wings. Indeed, faith animates your words with wings. They go forth and accomplish that which you send them to do. Beloved, faith is not loud, it is luminous. It does not need to shout, it simply knows. To cultivate it, you need only practice presence. Feel the truth of your word as you speak it. Let the vibration of belief fill your whole being. Now close your eyes, place your hand over your heart. Whisper softly, "I believe." My words are alive with faith. My speech releases divine electricity into all I decree. Let that affirmation pulse through you. See your life lighting up like a city coming alive at night streets, glowing windows radiant every corner, touched by power. That is what happens when faith flows through your word. Your words are the lamp. Faith is the current. Together, they bring heaven's light into the world. Comment, "I believe," if you feel your faith stirring. This declaration itself is a seed of power. There comes a moment in every seeker's journey when the chasing must cease, when one finally lays down the heavy yoke of striving and remembers prosperity is not pursued. It is magnetized. The universe does not reward frantic effort, it responds to alignment. When your vibration sings the melody of divine sufficiency, money, opportunity, and favor turn toward you as surely as flowers turn toward the sun. You do not run after money. Money runs after your divine frequency. For years, humanity has been taught to labor for abundance, to chase it, grasp it, fear its loss. But in truth, wealth is spiritual energy clothed in gold and paper. It does not obey exhaustion, it obeys vibration. When the soul rests in faith and gratitude, money comes with ease, as though drawn by invisible cords of light. Florence Scovel Shinn once wrote, "No man can fail if he sees himself abundant. This is the secret of magnetic supply. The one who knows they are rich in divine substance need not hustle or fear. Their consciousness becomes a magnet, and supply hastens to its appointed home." Imagine standing at the ocean's edge, holding out your hands. The tide flows naturally toward you. It does not need to be forced. If you thrust your arms wildly into the sea, grasping and splashing, you only scatter the water away. But if you stand still receptive, the waves themselves will kiss your palms. Such is the rhythm of divine prosperity. I recall a story of a man named Daniel, a businessman who had once been consumed by anxiety over finances. Each morning, he woke with a knot in his chest, calculating what he lacked. He pursued every opportunity as though chased by wolves, fearing that if he stopped for a moment, all would vanish. His words, though polished, were soaked in fear. "I must make ends meet. I have to secure this deal. I can't afford to slow down." And the more he chased, the more the supply seemed to flee. His energy scattered, his health waned, and clients drifted elsewhere. One day, in sheer exhaustion, he sat in silence and whispered, "God, I'm tired of running." That moment of surrender became his turning point. He stumbled upon Shinn's affirmation, "I do not limit God by seeing limitation in myself. I open my mind to his riches." He began to speak that sentence daily, not as desperation, but as declaration. Slowly, the fear loosened its grip. He began to notice opportunities arising effortlessly. A former colleague reached out with a lucrative partnership. An investment he had nearly forgotten began to yield unexpected returns. Within months, his income not only recovered, but multiplied. When asked what changed, he smiled and said, "I stopped chasing. I started allowing." This is the magnetic law at work. The moment you cease to affirm separation between yourself and supply, you become its center. Money, like any form of energy, seeks equilibrium. It flows toward those whose vibration is clear, grateful, and confident. When your heart radiates certainty in divine provision, the current of supply cannot resist you. It rushes to fill the vessel of your faith. To the one in harmony with divine order, money becomes like breath. You do not chase your next inhale. It comes naturally because you are alive. Likewise, your divine nature ensures that substance flows to you effortlessly, rhythmically, as part of the cosmic exchange. Consider the magnet. It does not strain to attract. It does not plead with the iron filings to come closer. It simply is what it is, and therefore attraction occurs by law. So too with you. When you hold thoughts of abundance, gratitude, and worthiness, you become a magnet for wealth. When you speak, "I am open to divine supply. All that is mine by right of consciousness comes to me now." You align yourself with the universal law of attraction, not as a mere concept, but as divine truth in action. If you have ever tried to chase a butterfly, you know it will always elude your grasp. But if you stand still among the flowers, gentle and at ease, the butterfly will land upon your shoulder of its own accord. Money, opportunity, love, all these are butterflies of divine order. They cannot dwell where fear thrashes, but they settle where peace abides. Pause for a moment. Breathe deeply and affirm, "I am a magnet for divine prosperity. Money flows to me with grace and ease." Feel those words ripple through your being. Let the tension melt from your shoulders, for you are not in pursuit, you are in partnership. Divine substance is your ally, not your quarry. Florence Scovel. Shinn wrote, "Man can only receive what he sees himself receiving. Therefore, to attract wealth, you must first see yourself as worthy of it, not because of effort, but because of divine heritage. You are a child of infinite supply, and the universe delights to provide for its own." Let me tell you of another soul, a young artist named Eliana. For years, she toiled in obscurity, believing art could never support her. "I can't make a living from beauty," she often said, half in jest, half in despair. But one evening, after reading Shinn's words, "There is a supply for every demand," she began to shift her language. Each day she affirmed, "My creativity is my wealth. My art is in divine demand." Soon after, a local gallery discovered her work online and offered her an exhibition. Her pieces sold out within a week. Later, she received commissions from abroad. She said it felt as though money had been circling me all along, waiting for me to stop saying no. Indeed, money had been waiting for her signal. The moment she changed her vibration, she became visible to prosperity. Dear listener, you need not run another step in fear or frenzy. Stand still, and the divine current will find you. You are the lighthouse, not the ship. You are the sun, not the shadow. Money is drawn to your light, not your longing. From this moment forward, speak gently yet firmly. Money runs to me with ease. I am in harmony with divine abundance. Every resource that belongs to me by right of consciousness comes joyfully, freely, and now. Say it again, this time with conviction, until the words hum in your bones. Money runs to me with ease. Do you feel the shift? That peace rising within you is the proof of alignment. It is the quiet assurance that supply has heard your call. From today, let your striving end. You are magnetic, radiant, sufficient. The tides of divine supply are already turning towards you. You do not run after money, money runs after your divine frequency. Type "money runs to me with ease" below. Speak it, write it, believe it, and watch how swiftly the tide responds. There is a sacred contract written not on paper, but in vibration, the covenant of speech. Every word you speak is a decree signed in the invisible ink of spirit. The universe is not deaf. It listens, records, and responds. Nothing uttered in faith or fear passes without echo. Florence Scovel Shinn called this principle the law of the word, and it is the most exact of all spiritual laws. She said, "Every word man speaks is a boomerang. It returns to him what he has sent out." When you speak, you enter into covenant with divine law itself, a binding agreement that your words will return as form. Pause and let that truth settle into you. Every phrase, every offhand comment, every whispered thought is a seed carrying instruction. Angels of manifestation attend to your speech, translating vibration into circumstance. Imagine for a moment a vast celestial scribe, an angel of light standing beside you, pen in hand, inscribing your words into the fabric of the universe. When you say, "I am blessed," the angel writes, "Blessing established." When you murmur, "Nothing ever works for me," the angel obedient to law writes, "Block established." The angels do not choose, they serve. They are divine law personified, recording and fulfilling your decrees with perfect precision. Every careless word plants a weed. Every conscious declaration plants a rose. Your world is your garden, and your speech is your seed bag. Many souls cry out for divine intervention while their tongues continue to sow discord. Yet even mercy follows law. The soil cannot yield roses to one who sows thorns. But oh, the mercy of awakening. The moment you realize your speech creates, you hold the power to replant your garden, to uproot the weeds, and begin again in light. There was a woman I once counseled who could not understand why misfortune clung to her. "It's as if something always goes wrong," she said. "I try to think positive, but trouble keeps finding me." I asked her gently, "What words do you speak most often?" She paused and then laughed sadly. "I suppose I say that exact sentence every day. Something always goes wrong." There it was, her covenant with lack signed daily by repetition. Together, we began to change her speech. Each morning, she affirmed aloud, "Everything works together for my good. Divine order reigns in my life." At first, she felt awkward, as if speaking a language not her own. But within weeks, small miracles began. Delays resolved, unexpected refunds arrived, health improved. She later said, "It's as though my world heard me forgive it, and it forgave me back." Indeed, the universe mirrors the tone of your speech. When your words become wholly aligned with truth, gratitude, and expectancy, your world becomes holy too. Let us reflect deeply now. What words have you spoken about your finances, your body, your future? Each one has taken root. Yet remember, the divine gardener never condemns. He only invites you to plant anew. You may have said, "I am tired," and your body obeyed. You may have said, "I never have enough," and your supply withdrew in sorrow. But today, you can declare, "I am renewed by divine energy. I am abundantly supplied, and behold, the garden will respond in kind." Florence wrote, "Man must be careful never to express anything he does not want manifested in his life. This is not censorship, it is consecration. It is the practice of holy speech hygiene, where every word is weighed with love before release. To keep this covenant practice, 3 sacred steps. Awareness. Listen to yourself. Catch the patterns that flow unconsciously from your lips. The tone of your life will reveal the tone of your speech. Alignment. When you hear yourself speak, fear, gently replace it with faith. "I'm worried about money" becomes divine supply is already on its way. Affirmation. Anchor your words with gratitude. Each statement of truth should end in thanksgiving. Thank you, God, that it is already done. Do this not as rote repetition, but as sacred ritual. Your speech is a temple. Cleanse it daily in the stillness of contemplation. I have often seen the vision of words as living lights, some golden, some dim, some tangled like vines. The bright words, those spoken in love and faith, ascend swiftly, weaving patterns of harmony. The darker ones sink, forming knots of delay. When you speak with intention, you untangle the knots. You let the golden threads rise again. Beloved, understand, divine law is not watching to punish, it is waiting to fulfill. The universe holds no grudges, only echoes. It does not remember yesterday's misdecree if you speak truth today. The moment you say, "I now choose words of light," the heavens realign. The past dissolves in the radiance of new decree. Now let us enter a moment of renewal. Speak this slowly with reverence. From this day forward, my words serve the light and abundance. Every sentence I utter is charged with blessing. Angels of manifestation record only words of faith, beauty, and joy. I am in covenant with divine truth. So it is. Feel the vibration of that commitment settle deep within you. This is your verbal covenant, a spiritual signature that heaven honors. Remember, power is not in speaking many words, but in speaking the right ones. Each word carries the seed of its own harvest. Speak as one who knows they are heard, for you are. Declare aloud now, from this day forward, my words serve the light and abundance. Write this in the comments to anchor your covenant. Let heaven record, and let earth reflect the sacred contract you have renewed this day. Every life stands before a mirror, not of glass, but of spirit. The outer world, with all its scenes and stories, is but the reflection of your inner word. What you speak within becomes the landscape without. What you declare in thought and tone is painted across the canvas of your experience. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "The game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. The mirror never lies. It does not mock nor judge, it simply reflects the image before it. If one frowns into the mirror frowns back. If one smiles, the mirror beams. The universe works the same. It does not decide, it reflects. When you look at your finances, your relationships, your health, what you are truly seeing is the echo of your own decrees. The outer scene is not punishment nor reward, it is feedback. It is the gentle mirror saying, "This is the picture your words have painted." Would you like to change the image? Long ago, the mystics called this reflection the law of correspondence. It is summed up in the words, "As within, so without." What is spoken in consciousness appears in substance. If your inner dialogue hums with faith, gratitude, and expectancy, your world glows with opportunity. If your inner words are laced with fear, resentment, or despair, shadows appear upon the mirror. But oh, what joy to realize you can change the reflection simply by changing what you project. You need not hammer at the mirror. You need only smile into it. You need not wrestle the outer world into form. You need only speak light into the inner. Imagine standing before a calm lake at sunrise. The water mirrors every color of the sky, the gold, the lavender, the first tender rays of day. Now picture yourself trying to alter the reflection by splashing at the water. Futile, isn't it? The only way to change what you see is to look upward to the sky itself. When the sky clears, the lake reflects perfection. Likewise, your circumstances are but the lake, your consciousness the sky. Once a woman came to me saying, "I affirm prosperity, yet I still see lack." Gently, I asked, "What do you say to yourself when no one hears?" She paused, then whispered, "I often say, 'This is never going to work.'" There it was, the private conversation that darkened the mirror. The outer world cannot override the secret word of the heart. I guided her to shift the phrase not only aloud, but within. She began to tell herself quietly throughout the day, "Divine order is unfolding perfectly. Everything is working for my highest good." Weeks passed, and her reflection began to change. Unexpected opportunities appeared. Debts were resolved. A calm confidence replaced fear. She said, "It's as if life started smiling back at me." Indeed it had. The mirror of creation is always faithful. It cannot refuse you. It can only reflect you. Let us go deeper still. Each word you speak vibrates through your subconscious mind, imprinting an image that the outer world must mirror. Your subconscious is the film upon which every word impresses itself. The universe is the projector. Life is the screen. When the film is saturated with divine affirmations, the picture that appears is luminous, harmonious, abundant. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "The subconscious is power, without direction. It obeys the orders of the conscious mind. Therefore, your task is not to struggle with conditions, but to speak words that guide the subconscious toward divine pattern. Say, I am divinely guided and guidance appears. Say, I am richly supplied and supply manifests. Say, everything is against me and the mirror shows only walls. Every statement is a brushstroke upon your inner canvas. Paint with faith and your world will glow. Now, beloved, let us turn inward together for a moment of reflection, quite literally. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, feel yourself standing before the mirror of creation. See your own reflection shimmering in a field of light. Notice how the image responds to your thoughts. When you think fear, the reflection dims. When you think love, it shines. When you say aloud, I am one with divine abundance, the reflection begins to radiate with gold. Say it now softly, I am one with divine abundance. My outer world reflects my inner peace. Let the phrase ripple outward like circles upon water. Feel the resonance in your body, calm, confident, whole. The mirror shifts again. Around you, the reflection changes. Empty shelves fill with provision. Unpaid bills transform into blessings. Closed doors open silently, all in obedience to your new vibration. For the mirror of life must follow your inner decree. This is the secret the sages knew. You are never looking at your world. You are looking into your mind. Your circumstances are the living reflection of your speech. Every phrase spoken in fear distorts the glass. Every word of truth clears it again. Florence taught that we must become mirror watchers, not worriers. Each day, observe your reflection without judgment. If something displeases you, do not curse the image, change the word that created it. Speak differently, and the world must follow. Say often, there is no mirror power but God's reflection. Therefore, my world mirrors harmony, beauty, and abundance, and so it is. Your reflection is not fixed. The mirror of creation is fluid, alive, responsive. Even now, it awaits your next decree. As your words rise in purity and peace, your world rearranges itself with quiet obedience. The divine pattern always emerges when called. From this still place, you realize the outer world was never your master. It was always your echo. Now breathe once more and let these words resound in your inner being. The world I see is the mirror of my spoken faith. I bless my reflection and it blesses me. Every circumstance is a message of my own decree, and I now decree light. Let that affirmation settle like dawn. There is no need to strive, no need to prove. Simply speak and let the mirror show the radiance of your new belief. The divine light you behold within will soon shine without, for the mirror of creation never fails. The subconscious is the silent servant of your destiny. It hears every word you speak and without question begins to build a world that mirrors it. It does not argue. It does not interpret. It simply obeys. Imagine for a moment that every word you have ever spoken has taken root somewhere unseen. Some grew into gardens of joy and opportunity. Others, planted in fear, became thorns of delay. The subconscious is not the judge of which you plant, it is only the soil. A farmer does not scold the ground for producing weeds if he scattered them himself. He simply learns the principle: the soil will return whatever seed is sown with consistency and care. So too with your words. Your phrases are living seeds. Your tone, your feeling, your repetition. These are the water, the sunlight, and the pressure that awaken them. Every day you speak thousands of unconscious decrees. Some small and careless: I'm always tired. Money never stays. Nothing ever works out. each one a seed sent silently into the field of your subconscious. And because that soil is faithful, it brings forth more of the same. The great shift begins when you become a deliberate planter. When you rise in the morning and remember my words are law to my subconscious. My subconscious is the law of my life. This is the spoken seed principle. Whatever is spoken with faith and repeated with emotion will eventually appear in form. It begins invisibly, like the farmer who plants his seed and goes to sleep not knowing how, but trusting that under the surface something is moving. The spoken seed is like that. You may not see change immediately, yet the soil never forgets. There was once a woman who learned this truth through sheer persistence. For years, she repeated affirmations of wealth, though her outer world showed no sign of change. Her rent was late, her bank account small. Her hope flickered, but she kept speaking, "God is my instant and constant supply. Abundance flows to me freely and harmoniously." At first, she said it with effort, then with habit, and finally with conviction. One day, something subtle shifted. Opportunities began to appear. People spoke her name in rooms she had never entered. A new position opened, unexpected funds arrived, debts dissolved. When asked what had changed, she said, "Only my words, only my soil." You see, the subconscious cannot tell the difference between truth and imagination. It takes everything you repeat as an instruction from your higher self. When you say, "I am always provided for," it does not check your bank balance, it starts reorganizing reality to match the decree. But when you say, "I am broke," nothing ever works. It takes that too as a seed. It does not argue, it simply obeys. And so the wise man and the wise woman guard their speech as a gardener guards his seed. The question now becomes, what are you planting? When you speak of your day, your future, your finances, are you sowing faith or fear? The subconscious does not work through logic. It works through rhythm. Every repeated word becomes a groove in consciousness, a channel through which divine substance flows. If you say, "I am abundant," once it is a whisper. Say it daily, say it with feeling, say it until it becomes second nature and it becomes law. You can train your subconscious to serve you in divine wealth, just as you would train a loyal helper through calm instruction, through repetition, through faith in its obedience. It is not rebellious, it is faithful, but it will take orders from whichever voice speaks most often. So begin today to make your higher self the dominant voice. When you rise, speak to the unseen servant within you. Today, my subconscious obeys divine direction. I plant seeds of abundance, health, and peace. Say it aloud. Feel it. Imagine those words sinking into deep, rich soil. You do not have to force the harvest, you simply have to plant faithfully. The subconscious has no sense of time. To it all is now. That is why repeated declarations spoken with conviction draw results faster. They create a state where the subconscious believes the word already fulfilled. And when the subconscious believes, the outer world must follow. This is why you never argue with appearances. The field only mirrors what you've planted earlier. If you wish to see new results, you must sow new seed and allow time for germination. Every word spoken in faith is like an invisible command to the unseen forces of supply, and those forces never fail to answer. So take a breath. Speak with awareness. Let your words be deliberate, clean, and full of divine life. As surely as a farmer plants a field in spring, so must you plant your affirmations in the fertile soil of your subconscious. And as surely as harvest follows seed, so will wealth, opportunity, and divine order follow your faithful speech. Say now within yourself or aloud, my subconscious is fertile ground for divine wealth. I plant my words with care and gratitude. I know that every good seed I sow shall return multiplied. Then let silence complete the prayer. Because once the seed is spoken, the work has already begun. Comment, I am planting my words in fertile soil if you're ready to reprogram abundance within. Repetition is the holy rhythm by which the unseen becomes seen. Faith does not always arrive in lightning. Sometimes it grows through the steady beat of repeated words until what was once a whisper of hope becomes the music of certainty. The subconscious learns through cadence. It is the student that never questions, only absorbs. When you repeat a truth again and again, you are etching it into the fabric of your inner being. Every word is a brushstroke, every declaration a carving in stone. There is a sacred moment that comes to all who persist, the moment when the phrase no longer feels like effort, but like identity. That is the point of power, the moment when repetition becomes embodiment. A woman once told me her story of faith through repetition. She had lost her job, her confidence, and her peace. She would sit at her kitchen table, bills piled high, and whisper Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. At first it sounded hollow. Her mind rebelled, saying, you do want, you lack. But she continued. Each morning, each night, she spoke the same verse softly at first, then louder, then with tears. Weeks passed. Something changed in her. The verse was no longer something she said to convince herself, it became something she knew. And soon her outer world began to rearrange. A new position opened. An unexpected friend offered help. She was guided step by step into stability and joy. She said later, it wasn't magic. It was faith made solid through repetition. That is the law at work. When you speak a phrase with conviction, you are writing a new law in your subconscious. But laws are not written in a single stroke. They are engraved through rhythm and feeling. This is why morning and evening are sacred times for decree. The mind is soft, then open, impressionable, the soil freshly tilled. Speak life into it before the world's noise begins, and again before you drift into sleep. Each morning say, today I walk in divine abundance. Everything I need is already prepared. Money flows to me freely, harmoniously, and joyfully. Each night before rest, whisper thank you, Spirit, for the abundance already unfolding. I sleep in peace, knowing my words are alive and active. These two bookends of the day create a rhythm that programs the subconscious for wealth. When you speak, do not rush. Let each word be alive. Feel the vibration in your chest, the authority in your voice. Repetition without emotion is noise. Repetition with feeling is power. It is not about forcing belief, it is about staying long enough in the vibration that belief grows naturally. At first, you may feel doubt. That is simply the old seed pattern trying to hold ground. Keep speaking. The new roots will soon push through. The subconscious is patient. It yields to the loudest and most constant instruction. If you have spent years repeating lack unconsciously, it may take weeks or months of faithful declaration to rewrite the pattern, but it will rewrite. Think of a sculptor chipping away stone day after day until the form emerges. That is you carving divine wealth into your subconscious. Each repetition is a strike of the chisel. One day, you will notice a shift, money arrives more easily, creative ideas appear. Synchronicities unfold, and you will realize it was your rhythm that called them forth. Practice this sacred cadence. Morning, declare with confidence. Evening, reaffirm with gratitude. Do not measure results by the day. The farmer does not dig up his seed to check its progress. He knows repetition of care ensures harvest. The subconscious responds to faith, and faith is built one repetition at a time. So take your favorite prosperity verse or affirmation, Psalm 23, or I call divine wealth to me now, and make it your morning and evening rhythm. Repeat until your words feel like truth, until you feel them humming within you like a living current. Because the law of faithful repetition is not about forcing results. It is about becoming aligned with divine truth until the results cannot help but appear. When you speak daily, you are sending waves of instruction to the infinite. You are teaching the invisible to shape itself around your voice, and that voice repeated in faith will never return empty. Now take a breath. Let these words settle deep. I speak divine truth with faith and feeling. Each repetition strengthens my prosperity. I am constant, I am faithful, I am aligned with abundance. Keep speaking, keep believing. Your subconscious is listening and obeying. Every word carries a vibration, every phrase a code that instructs the universe. And too often, people send out commands of lack without realizing it casually, unconsciously, in the rhythm of everyday conversation. Listen closely to the language around you. I can't afford that. Money doesn't grow on trees. Every time I get ahead, something happens. Each one sounds harmless, maybe even humorous, but to the subconscious, it is a decree. The subconscious has no sense of irony. It doesn't laugh at your jokes or understand sarcasm. It hears I can't afford and says, very well, closing the door on new opportunity. It hears money doesn't grow easily and the soil hardens, making growth slow. But once you know the law, you can choose new words, and in choosing them, you choose a new reality. It can begin playfully. Catch yourself in those old patterns and laugh. Then replace them with divine truth. I can't afford that becomes, it's not my priority right now, but abundance is always available to me. Money doesn't grow on trees becomes divine supply grows everywhere, and I am open to receive. This isn't about pretending problems don't exist. It's about refusing to feed them with your words. When you speak lack, you plant weeds in your field. When you speak provision, you plant fruit. There was a man who came to one of our sessions and said, I've been affirming for months, but nothing changes. I asked him, what do you say about money when you're not affirming? He thought for a moment, then admitted, mostly that it's hard to come by. And there was the answer. You cannot declare abundance for 10 minutes and speak limitation for the other 23 hours and 50 minutes. The louder voice always wins. So we practiced. Each time he caught himself saying, it's hard, he would stop and replace it with, God makes all things easy and harmonious for me. At first, it felt awkward, unnatural, even silly. But within weeks, he began to notice changes, unexpected refunds, opportunities for extra income, effortless solutions to what once felt heavy. He said, it's almost like the world heard my new vocabulary, and I smiled because it had. Words shape atmosphere. Walk into a room where people complain and feel how heavy the air becomes. Walk into a room where people speak gratitude and notice how the very light seems different. That is the power of vibration, the tone of your words sculpting your unseen reality. So practice replacing the language of lack with phrases of power. Here are a few transformations. I'm so broke. I am learning to steward wealth wisely. This always happens to me. I am divinely guided into better outcomes each day. Life is hard. Life supports me abundantly and easily. I never get ahead. Everything I do prospers and expands. Each time you speak, imagine you're programming a divine computer, the subconscious one that does not argue, only executes. Feed it commands of prosperity, and prosperity becomes its default setting. This process can even become joyful. Make it a game. Catch lack phrases in yourself and others, not to judge, but to transform. Smile when you catch one. It means you are becoming aware. Awareness is the first doorway to change. There's humor in it too. One woman used to say, "Every time I get money, my car breaks down." We laughed and renamed the pattern, "Every time I get money, something better comes." She started saying that daily, and sure enough, when her next check arrived, her car didn't break down. Instead, a friend offered her a better vehicle at half price. She said, "It's like my words cleared the traffic." This is how powerful you are. The subconscious will shape itself around whatever you repeat most. If you want to reprogram for divine wealth, you must choose new vocabulary words that match the frequency of faith. Begin with small phrases and build momentum. Instead of, "I'm worried," say, "I'm centered in peace." Instead of, "I don't know how," say, "Divine wisdom guides me perfectly." Instead of, "That's too expensive," say, "If it's mine by divine right, the way is already prepared." You're not just changing words, you're changing atmosphere, emotion, and expectation. Language is vibration, and vibration draws its likeness. Imagine now your day filled with new speech patterns. When you speak about money, speak as one already wealthy. When you speak about opportunities, speak as one already chosen. When you speak about the future, speak as one already fulfilled. Do it long enough, and you'll notice something subtle. The energy around you shifts. People respond differently. Solutions appear faster. The universe begins to echo your new language. That's not coincidence, that's alignment. Take a breath. Let's declare together. I speak only words that prosper me. I replace every phrase of lack with truth. My language creates my wealth, and my wealth speaks of divine abundance. Now take your journal, or simply pause and write one phrase you will no longer say, and beside it, the new phrase that carries your prosperity vibration. Because every time you change a word, you change a world. When words and actions move in opposite directions, energy scatters. But when they move together, when your speech, thoughts, emotions, and habits play the same melody, creation becomes effortless. To live in alignment with your decrees means to make your life echo your affirmations. It is not enough to say I am abundant and then act as though you expect disappointment. The subconscious believes the voice that is most consistent. If your words declare wealth, but your emotions declare worry, the subconscious will follow the stronger vibration. Alignment begins in small choices. When you speak, money flows easily to me. Act like one who expects ease. Pay your bills with gratitude, not fear. Give generously, even if only a little. Treat every dollar as a messenger of divine supply, not a symbol of limitation. Think of your inner life as an orchestra. Each instrument, your thoughts, your emotions, your words, your actions, has its part. If one plays out of tune, the melody of manifestation falters. But when all play in harmony, the sound is irresistible. There was once a businesswoman who discovered this law in practice. For years, she repeated affirmations of wealth. I am prosperous. I am successful. Yet her business struggled. One day, she realized her daily actions contradicted her words. She spoke abundance, but worked in anxiety. She declared peace, but managed her team with fear. So she began to bring her life into tune. She slowed her mornings. She spoke her affirmations while feeling gratitude instead of panic. She acted as if her success was already certain. She stopped rushing. She started trusting. Within months, her energy shifted, and so did her results. Clients increased, her team felt calmer, and her income multiplied. When asked what changed, she said, "I started living the words I used to only say." That is alignment. Your words are not meant to float above your life. They are meant to become your life. When you affirm peace, choose to breathe before reacting. When you affirm abundance, choose to give where you once withheld. When you affirm confidence, walk with your shoulders back and eyes forward. Every physical act reinforces the decree. Alignment also means integrity, doing what you say, even in private. When you promise to honor money, honor it. When you decide to think prosperously, catch yourself when you drift into fear. The subconscious watches not only your words but your vibration, and vibration is shaped by consistency. You do not have to be perfect. You only have to be harmonious. A single off note does not ruin a symphony, but staying off key for too long will. So when you notice discord, pause, realign, and continue. Each day before speaking your affirmations, take a moment to feel their truth. Let the words rise from your chest instead of your lips. Say them slowly. Everything in my life moves in divine order. I am in harmony with abundance. I live my decrees. Feel what harmony feels like: a calm certainty, a quiet rhythm that says all is well, all is aligned, all is coming together. Living in alignment also means honoring intuition. Sometimes divine supply comes as an idea, a nudge, a small instruction: call this person, change that habit, rest today. Act on it. Faith without inspired action is half of the song. The subconscious and the spirit work together best when your outer self listens to the inner direction. Imagine now your whole being as an orchestra of divine energy, your words, the violins of affirmation, your feelings, the drums of power, your actions, the horns of demonstration. When they play the same melody, heaven and earth move as one, and gratitude is the conductor. It keeps the rhythm steady, the tone pure, the music flowing. So when you speak your decrees, live them. Let your tone, your posture, your spending, your giving, your resting, all agree with the wealth you claim. The universe responds to congruence. It cannot resist a soul that lives its truth in every breath. Remember, if you speak abundance and feel scarcity, results delay. If you speak abundance and live abundance, even before it appears, you collapse time. Each moment you act from faith, you reinforce the signal. Each time you honor your word, the subconscious believes you a little more. Say now quietly, but with conviction, I live in harmony with my words. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are one with divine abundance. I move, speak, and give from the vibration of wealth. Pause. Let it settle. This is alignment, not perfection, but coherence. And in coherence, miracles become ordinary. Gratitude is the quiet current that multiplies everything it touches. It is not loud, yet its vibration is unmistakable. Where gratitude lives, lack cannot remain. Gratitude is not simply saying thank you. It is a state of knowing and inner recognition that the good you desire is already present in unseen form. When you give thanks before the harvest, you accelerate its coming. You declare, I already have it, and the subconscious, faithful as ever, begins arranging life, to prove you right. The ungrateful heart says, I'll be thankful when it happens. The grateful heart says it is happening now. And that single shift from waiting to knowing moves mountains. Imagine gratitude as a tuning fork. When you strike it, its vibration seeks out its match. A thankful heart vibrates at the same frequency as divine supply. Whatever resonates with that frequency, opportunity, favor, provision draws near automatically. There is no strain in gratitude. There is no begging, no pushing, no need to convince. Gratitude assumes that the blessing already exists, and so it opens the channel for that blessing to flow visibly. Each morning, before words of affirmation, pause and give thanks, not only for what has already come, but for what is forming beneath the surface. Thank the invisible just as warmly as you thank the visible. Say quietly, I give thanks that divine wealth flows through me. I give thanks that every good and perfect gift is already prepared. I give thanks that I am chosen, guided, and provided for. Feel the warmth of those words expand in your chest. Gratitude softens resistance. It makes the soil of your subconscious rich and ready. When you are grateful, even before results appear, you step into alignment with divine timing. You are no longer a beggar at the door. You are a host welcoming what is already yours. Some people wait for evidence before they celebrate, but the wise celebrate in advance. They walk through their homes thanking every corner. Thank you for this roof. Thank you for the increase already on its way. Thank you for the divine order of this day. This is not delusion, it is direction. Gratitude directs energy toward manifestation. It tells the subconscious, we are wealthy, we are blessed, we are provided for, and the subconscious acts accordingly. If you hold gratitude, even for the lessons that stretched you, you transmute every memory into power. Where others see loss, you see preparation. Where others see delay, you see divine timing. And by doing so, you free yourself from the vibration of lack forever. There was a woman who practiced this deeply. Her business had slowed. Her phone was silent. Instead of despair, she began to thank the silence. Thank you for this pause. It's teaching me patience and creativity. She thanked every unpaid invoice, blessing it with the words, you are already paid in full. She thanked the empty spaces in her schedule as room for something greater. Within a month, new clients appeared, her finances revived, and she said, gratitude carried me where fear could not. Gratitude is the silent amplifier of every decree. If you declare abundance and follow it with thanks, you double its strength. If you declare healing and give thanks for it, you speed its arrival. Because gratitude is the voice of faith fulfilled. It does not plead, it celebrates. It does not hope, it knows. Take a slow breath. Think of something simple. A bill paid, a meal shared, a sunrise witnessed. Let that thankfulness expand until it fills the room. Now think of what you are calling forth: money, opportunity, clarity, and thank it in advance. Say softly, thank you, divine source, for the wealth unfolding now. Thank you for guiding me with ease and grace. Thank you for the prosperity that overflows every area of my life. Feel that gratitude as a frequency, steady, luminous, unwavering. Stay in it as long as you can. Because gratitude doesn't just attract blessings, it anchors them. It teaches the subconscious that wealth is normal, provision is natural, and joy is constant. And once your subconscious believes that, it will mirror it back in every direction of your life. Remain here in quiet thankfulness. Let every heartbeat whisper thank you. Let every breath say it is already done. For in gratitude, you are one with divine supply. Patience is the bridge between the word and its manifestation. Every decree you speak sets a cause in motion, and patience is the faith that keeps that cause alive until it blooms. The farmer plants his seed and does not dig it up tomorrow to see if it sprouted. He waters, he tends, he trusts. He knows that within the darkness of the soil, invisible life is working. The sprout is forming, the roots are reaching, and though he cannot see it, he believes. So it is with your spoken word. When you declare, divine wealth flows to me freely, you plant a seed in the subconscious soil. The manifestation may not appear the next morning, but it is already growing beneath the surface. To doubt in the waiting season is to trample the ground before the roots take hold. Patience is not passive. It is active trust. It is the stillness that says, I know my words are working, even if I cannot yet see how. It is the calm refusal to panic when appearances contradict the promise. Every great manifestation passes through this silent interval. There is a space between let there be light and the dawn itself. Those who master patience cross that space with peace instead of fear. Remember, your subconscious works by vibration, not by calendar. It does not understand anxiety, only certainty. When you grow restless, remind yourself the word is working. My seed is alive. The timing is divine. There was a man who affirmed daily for financial freedom. For months, nothing seemed to change. But instead of giving up, he shifted his focus. Each time he felt impatience rise, he blessed the unseen. He would say, I thank you that my wealth is forming even now. He visualized roots spreading beneath the soil of his life, strong, deep, unseen. And then, quite suddenly, opportunities burst forth, a promotion, a partnership, unexpected income. He said, it all appeared at once, but I know it had been forming all along. That is the rhythm of manifestation. It seems slow, then suddenly harvest. Patience protects the seed. Impatience disturbs it. Faith is proved in waiting, not in receiving. When you trust divine timing, you live from peace instead of pressure. You stop measuring progress by what your eyes can see and start recognizing signs of movement within your spirit, a new calm, a deeper gratitude, a feeling of alignment. Those are the first leaves breaking through the soil. Say to yourself often, especially when the wait feels long, nothing is delayed in the divine mind. My supply appears at the perfect moment. I rest in faith, not fear. There is no such thing as unanswered prayer, only unripe fruit. When you feel impatience, breathe and return to gratitude. That breath of trust waters your seed again. Patience is faith stretched across time. It is love for your own becoming. It is knowing that what you asked for is already yours, making its way to visibility. So walk slowly, speak gently, and wait with confidence. Your words are working faithfully beneath the surface of your life. Say it now softly, but with full conviction. I wait in faith, not fear. My words are alive. My harvest is certain. Divine timing is perfect. And then rest. For in that rest, the unseen completes its work. Type I wait in faith, not fear. Beloved soul, the hour of embodiment has come. You have spoken the word, you have believed the word, but now you must become the word. For the law is not complete until the word becomes flesh, until divine idea takes on form through you. You are not a seeker of abundance anymore. You are its living form, its radiant vessel, its chosen heir. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe deeply. Feel the air of divine inheritance filling your lungs. With each inhale, you draw in the wealth of the kingdom. With each exhale, you release the shadow of lack. The truth rises within you now. I am the child of the King. Lack is not my lineage. Say it again, with power, with majesty. I am the child of the King. Lack is not my lineage. Feel that statement reordering your spiritual DNA. You have inherited the treasury of heaven, and heaven lacks nothing. You are no longer a servant begging at the gate, you are seated at the royal table. Every word you speak henceforth carries the seal of divine authority. You are heir to infinite supply, born of a Father-Mother God whose abundance cannot be measured. Imagine yourself standing in the courtyard of divine royalty. The air hums with gold light. The throne before you is not of dominance, but of divine love. Upon it sits infinite wisdom itself, smiling upon you. In that moment, you remember this kingdom is your home. The treasury is your right. The robe of plenty is already on your shoulders. Every belief of limitation melts away in this radiant knowing. You have been restored to your true name, abundance incarnate. Repeat softly to yourself, I am divine abundance in form. My very being radiates sufficiency. Everywhere I go, plenty follows. See these words spiraling around you like living light entering your cells, your mind, your aura. Every organ, every thought, every emotion begins to resonate with divine wealth. Now imagine a great royal seal placed upon your heart. This seal bears the inscription, as I speak, so it is. From this day, your words carry the vibration of completion. You are no longer trying to manifest, you are revealing what already exists. Picture yourself walking through the halls of your life, touching each area, finances, relationships, creativity, health, and saying this too is touched by divine prosperity. The atmosphere changes at your decree. Doors open not because you knock, but because your presence commands alignment. This is embodiment, not mere belief, but identity. Florence Scovel Shinn once said, "You must act as if you had already received, yet embodiment goes even deeper. You must act because you have already become." Let the rhythm of affirmation move through you now like sacred music. I am divine inheritance fulfilled. I am wealth walking. I am the river of supply made visible. I am the laughter of heaven in material form. I am grace wearing human skin. Each phrase opens a door in consciousness. You are not asking anymore, you are remembering. Feel the power of this remembrance rising like sunlight after long night. Every shadow of I can't, I don't have, I'm not enough dissolves before this light. You are made of the same substance as stars and divine ideas. You are heir to the infinite treasury of God mind. Now declare this with full voice, the voice of sovereignty. I am the heir of divine wealth. I am abundance revealed. My life is the evidence of heaven's generosity. And so it is. Pause for a deep breath. Feel the peace that follows truth. It is gentle, serene, yet unshakable. The King's child never worries about tomorrow's bread, for tomorrow's bread is already baked in the oven of divine law. Walk now in that knowing. Every time you speak, let your words drip with royal certainty. You are no longer learning prosperity, you are living prosperity. You have crossed the threshold. The word is no longer outside of you, waiting to be spoken. The word is you. And as you stand in this radiant embodiment, type these words in faith and proclamation. I am divine abundance in form. Let it be your digital signature of spiritual inheritance. Every soul has its own divine key, a personal prosperity verse, a unique vibration that opens the gates of wealth. in ways no other word can. Just as each fingerprint is distinct, so is each soul's frequency of abundance. Imagine now that your life is a sacred treasure map. You have journeyed through valleys of belief, crossed rivers of fear, climbed mountains of faith, and now before you lies the golden chest. But the lock opens not by chance. It responds only to the words inscribed on your soul since before time began. These words are your personal prosperity code. For one person, the verse may be, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." For another, "All that the Father hath is mine." For another still, "My supply is endless, inexhaustible, immediate." When you find your verse, the invisible vault opens, and supply rushes forth like a river set free. Let me tell you a story. There was once a woman named Clara who struggled for years with lack. She affirmed, she visualized, she read every teaching, but still her finances wavered like shifting sands. One night, she sat in quiet prayer and whispered, "Spirit, show me my key." In the stillness, a verse rose within her. "Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom." She began to repeat it daily, not as a wish, but as her truth. Every time she felt doubt, she whispered it again. Slowly, something changed. Her voice grew steady. Her countenance glowed. Opportunities began to appear, unexpected checks, invitations, ideas. Within months, her life overflowed with ease. Why? Because she had aligned with her unique divine code. Beloved, your code awaits you too. It may come as a whisper, a line from scripture, a phrase that electrifies your being. Pay attention to the words that make your spirit rise. They are clues to your wealth frequency. Let's find it together now. Close your eyes. Breathe. Ask silently within. What is my prosperity code, my living word of increase? Then listen. Don't strain. Just notice the word, phrase, or image that arrives gently in your awareness. It might be a verse you've always loved, or one you've never noticed before. When it comes, repeat it softly. This is my key. This is my truth. This is my door to divine wealth. Feel the words vibrating through you, unlocking the inner vault. Every syllable is a spark of divine intelligence coded for your abundance. You are the living receiver of infinite prosperity, and your verse is the frequency that tunes you to that signal. As you go forth, write your code somewhere sacred, your mirror, your journal, your heart. Speak it every morning before you meet the world. Let it become the rhythm of your being. Your verse is your covenant. It is your compass. It is the password to divine flow. And now, to amplify the blessing, share your personal prosperity verse below. It may unlock someone else's miracle. Type it as a declaration, as if engraving it in light. My personal prosperity code is, for when we share our verses, heaven multiplies them. There comes a moment in every spiritual awakening when the gentle whisper must become a roar. For timid words create timid results, but bold decrees move mountains. The universe listens not only to what you say, but to how you say it, to the conviction rhythm and fire in your tone. You are not a beggar before the throne. You are the voice of the throne itself. You are divine authority clothed in human form, a lion of the word. The time of hesitation has ended. The age of command has begun. Let us return to the story of David and Goliath. When the giant mocked the armies of Israel, fear paralyzed every soldier. Yet David, a shepherd boy, stepped forward not with armor or weapons, but with the bold decree of faith. He said, "This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands." He spoke it before it happened. His words created the victory before the stone left his sling. That is the essence of decree, speaking from completion, not from need. Every law of the universe bows to such authority. When you decree boldly, the substance of spirit reshapes itself to fulfill your word. Now I ask you to rise in your spirit, straighten your spine, lift your head as a sovereign child of divine power. Breathe deeply until your very cells seem to awaken. Say aloud with me in the rhythm of dominion, I speak as one who commands divine law. My word is power. My decree is fulfilled. I command wealth by divine authority. Feel that vibration move through you like thunder. It is not arrogance, it is spiritual certainty. You are not ordering the universe as an outsider. You are directing divine energy from within its heart. Picture yourself as a lion standing upon a sunlit rock. Beneath you, the landscape of your life stretches wide: finances, health, relationships, dreams. Every area waits for your roar. And when you speak, everything trembles into alignment. The timid whisper, I hope it happens. The bold spirit declares, it is happening now. Say again with even greater conviction, I command wealth by divine authority. Let it echo within. Let your subconscious register this command as law. Florence, Scovel, Shinn taught, you must live fully on the invisible plane before you can manifest on the visible. Bold decree is the act of living fully on that invisible plane, occupying your wealth before it appears. The decree transforms energy into order. Where once there was confusion, there is now design. Where once there was waiting, there is now arrival. Each time you decree, imagine a golden sound wave rushing outward from your heart, reshaping the unseen matter of your world. Doors that were once closed swing open. Ideas that were hidden rise to meet you. Do not fear the magnitude of your own power. It is not human pride, it is divine partnership. You and the infinite are co-creators. The word that made the stars lives in your tongue. Now repeat once more, slower, deeper. I decree bold wealth. I decree perfect health. I decree divine ideas made manifest. I decree victory in all things. You may feel the shift even now, a warmth, a tingling, a sudden certainty. That is the substance of spirit moving in response to your tone. For the timid voice doubts itself. The bold decree trusts the eternal law. Do not wait for permission to prosper. The decree is your permission. When you speak with spiritual authority, angels become your messengers, ideas, your allies, and circumstance, your servant. The law of the word was never meant to be whispered in fear. It was meant to be declared with joy. Walk through your day as David walked to the battlefield, unshaken, unarmored, fearless. Speak your victories before they appear. Say it one final time. This time, type it as a public proclamation of your inner throne. I command wealth by divine authority. And if you feel that surge of power rising, that sacred fire awakening in your chest, write these words below. I decree boldly, for your bold decree is the beginning of visible miracles. Beloved, you have spoken boldly, and your words have gone forth like seeds of light. Yet every gardener knows that even divine seed must be tended. The atmosphere in which your words live will determine their growth. You cannot plant roses in poisoned soil and expect fragrance. The atmosphere around you, your thoughts, your music, your friends, your home must agree with your decrees. The law of manifestation is simple. Your environment must echo your intention. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your life as a vast garden. Some corners are lush and green, overflowing with blossoms of faith and gratitude. Others perhaps still hold a few weeds, old fears, doubtful voices, remnants of comparison or complaint. Do not judge these places, simply notice them. For awareness is the beginning of transformation. Now imagine yourself as the gardener of divine speech, holding a radiant trowel of golden light. With each breath, you uproot one weed after another, fear gone, self-doubt gone, scarcity thinking gone. You clear the soil and whisper, "Only truth grows here." You begin to replant your garden with words of light, joy, peace, success, love, sufficiency. Each word becomes a living bloom that opens in the sunlight of your consciousness. Florence Scovel. Shinn often said, "Your word is your wand," but a wand's power is multiplied when waved in sacred atmosphere. If you wish to sustain your vibration of abundance, protect your environment as a temple. Choose music that uplifts. Choose conversations that build faith. Choose spaces that feel like peace. Let every corner of your world reflect your inner decree, "I live in divine abundance." There was once a man who could not seem to prosper. His affirmations were perfect, his understanding deep, yet his results wavered. When he sought guidance, Spirit showed him his surroundings, a home filled with clutter bills pinned to walls, and friends who spoke only of struggle. His environment contradicted his words. So he began to cleanse. He released what no longer served. He played gentle music that carried words of gratitude. He surrounded himself with those who spoke victory. Within weeks, the energy of his home shifted, and with it his fortune. Beloved, this too is your calling. Guard the atmosphere of your life. Let your home become a sanctuary of prosperity. Place affirmations on your mirrors. Light candles of intention. Speak blessings into every corner. When you cook, bless the food with words of supply. This meal multiplies health and joy. When you wake, greet the morning sun. This day is divinely provided for. Your environment listens. The walls absorb your vibration. The air carries your decree. And so choose carefully what fills your world. Do not fear releasing what no longer matches your frequency. Every object, every friendship, every word must either lift or drain your vibration. Be gentle but firm, weed the garden. And when you find those whose words match your own, those who speak faith, not fear, draw them close. These are your fellow gardeners of truth. Together, you will cultivate an atmosphere where miracles are natural. Imagine such a community, now people who look at you and see your divinity, who remind you that wealth is your birthright, who celebrate your victories as their own. This is divine companionship. Let your speech with them be holy ground. When you speak together, the room should hum with faith. Every shared word becomes a seed in the collective garden of abundance. Now breathe deeply and affirm with me. My atmosphere agrees with my abundance. I dwell in divine harmony. My environment magnifies prosperity. I am surrounded by faith, beauty, and light. Feel these words reorganizing the unseen energy around you. Your room brightens, your heart lightens. Everything that once resisted you now begins to cooperate. For prosperity is not a solo act, it is a symphony. And when every instrument of your life plays in tune, the melody becomes irresistible to good. Your garden now glows with golden radiance. Angels walk among your words. The fragrance of faith fills the air. Carry this atmosphere wherever you go. Let your presence transform every space. When you enter a room, may peace follow. When you speak, may heaviness dissolve. You are not just guarding an atmosphere, you are creating it. And now, to seal this vibration, speak this decree. I live in an atmosphere of divine abundance. Every sound, every sight, every friendship multiplies my good. And as you affirm it, type this act of spiritual solidarity. Tag a friend who speaks faith. Let's build an atmosphere of abundance. For together, our gardens will bloom into a world of endless supply. Beloved, the garden of your life now glows with radiance, and its fragrance travels far beyond your borders. For faith is never solitary. It ripples outward, touching every life it meets. The vibration of your words carries through invisible rivers of spirit, reaching places you may never see, hearts you may never know. Picture a still lake at dawn. The surface is calm, waiting. You take a smooth stone of faith and drop it gently into the center. Watch the ripples expand, first small circles, then larger, wider, endless. This is what your spoken word does in the universe. It begins within you, but it does not end there. Each time you affirm truth, you awaken light in another. When you declare abundance with conviction, someone near you feels hope stir. When you speak faith instead of fear, someone's unseen chain begins to loosen. Florence Scovel. Shinn taught that the game of life is not one of competition, but of cooperation with divine law. And faith, when spoken, is the law in motion. It multiplies by contact. Your courage becomes another's encouragement. Your prosperity becomes another's permission to prosper. When you stand tall in divine supply, others remember that they too are heirs of the same kingdom. Let us see it now. Visualize yourself standing at the center of a great circle of light. Around you are countless souls, family, friends, strangers, the world itself. Each one glows faintly, waiting for ignition. You open your mouth and speak the living word, "My faith uplifts the world." At once, beams of light shoot outward from your heart, touching each person. They awaken, and in turn, their light extends farther, still ripples upon ripples, waves of awakening, traveling through humanity. You realize that the abundance you embody is not for you alone. It is divine flow seeking expression through you to others. You are both vessel and river. Every generous act, every uplifting word, every prayer whispered in sincerity multiplies through the web of creation. There is no small act of faith. Remember this truth: the world is healed not by great speeches or distant miracles, but by one illuminated soul choosing to stand in faith again and again. Think of a time when someone's courage rekindled your own. Perhaps a friend who believed in you when you had forgotten your worth. Perhaps a teacher whose words opened your heart. That was their ripple reaching you. Now you become the source. Say softly now, "My faith is contagious. My joy multiplies. My abundance awakens others to their own." Feel the vibration move outward. Your energy field becomes a living blessing. Where once there was tension, there is now peace. Where there was doubt, there is now renewal. This is divine circulation, the great cosmic law that says, whatever you give returns multiplied. You give faith, and faith flows back to you tenfold. The more you bless others with your words, the more abundance circles back. The river of prosperity is never meant to be dammed. It thrives in movement. Give freely of encouragement, affirmation, and love. You are an ambassador of divine supply. Each morning, speak over your day, not only for yourself, but for the collective. May every being awaken to their abundance today. May peace flood the hearts of all. May love guide every word spoken. This too is prosperity. For wealth without compassion is incomplete. Abundance without sharing is only half alive. Your voice is sacred technology. Each decree of faith creates a wave in consciousness that travels beyond sight. Somewhere a business revives, somewhere a heart mends, somewhere a dream reignites. Know that every ripple you send returns to bless your own shores. Now let us affirm together rhythmically, joyfully, I am the ripple of divine faith. My words awaken the sleeping. My joy travels on wings of light. I am the sound of abundance made visible. Let the affirmation rise like a song. Feel your whole being vibrating with unity and purpose. You are part of something vast, an orchestra of souls singing the same melody of divine sufficiency. And so we arrive at celebration. The river has reached the sea. Faith's ripple becomes the tide of collective awakening. My faith uplifts the world. Say it aloud, then say it again with love. You are both wave and ocean, giver and receiver, cause and blessing. Now, as a sacred act of sharing, type it below. Let your written ripple begin here. My faith uplifts the world. And if your heart stirs to generosity, share this message to extend the ripple further still. Share this video to spread the ripple. For together, we are the living proof that faith never ends. It only expands. Beloved, we now come to the final revelation, the eternal law that has moved through every lesson, every affirmation, every breath of this journey. It is written in the fabric of creation itself. The word never returns void. What you have spoken in faith is already forming in the invisible. Every decree you have uttered, every whisper of trust, every declaration of abundance has set in motion divine intelligence, aligning circumstances, opportunities, and people to fulfill your command. This is the eternal law of the spoken word. What is spoken in divine authority must manifest in divine time. The universe is not deaf. The infinite is not idle. Spirit records every word you send forth and returns it multiplied. That which you decree in love, truth, and faith cannot be lost. It must find its way back to you, clothed in visible form. Take a deep, slow breath. Feel this law humming through your being. It is older than stars, yet ever new. The same word that said, "Let there be light," now speaks through you. You are that light continuing its command. There is no higher magic than this, the realization that the creative word flows through human speech, shaping substance and calling it good. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Every word you speak is a boomerang that returns to you." And so, beloved, speak only that which you wish to live. Today, we seal your prosperity, your abundance, your peace in this unchanging truth. Let us enter a sacred visualization, the closing rite of embodiment and gratitude. Guided visualization, the golden river of provision. Close your eyes gently and breathe in the rhythm of divine peace. Imagine yourself standing on a hill at sunrise. The world is bathed in soft gold. The air sparkles with expectancy. Before you flows a vast river, not of water, but of golden light. This is the river of divine provision. It begins in the heart of infinite source and flows endlessly through creation. It has always been there, though unseen by mortal eyes. Every good thing, wealth, joy, health, opportunity rides its current. And now you stand upon its bank, ready to step in. Feel the warmth of the golden current touching your feet. It tingles alive, intelligent, generous. The moment you step forward, it welcomes you as its own. You begin to walk deeper until the river surrounds you, rising gently to your waist, your heart, your shoulders. The light does not drown you. It lifts you. You feel yourself becoming lighter, brighter, freer. Say softly, as if the river itself were speaking through you, I am one with the river of divine provision. Supply flows to me and through me without end. See the golden current rushing now toward every area of your life. To your finances, it brings order, increase, and perfect flow. To your relationships, it brings harmony and mutual upliftment. To your creative work, it brings inspiration and joyful success. To your home, it brings peace and sufficiency. To the world, it brings compassion and plenty for all. Every current of this river carries abundance in perfect measure, and you are one with it. There is no separation between you and supply. Now imagine this river pouring outward from your heart, flowing to your loved ones, your community, and even to those you will never meet. You are both nourished and nourishing, blessed and blessing. Repeat softly, as I give, I receive. As I bless, I am blessed. The golden river flows through me eternally. You look upward now, and a radiant presence stands before you, a figure woven of light. It smiles, and you recognize it. It is the word itself, your divine voice made visible. It speaks, beloved, every word you have spoken in truth is fulfilled. Nothing is lost. Nothing is wasted. Your prosperity is inevitable, for it is already complete. Tears of recognition rise. You have sought the kingdom and found it within. The outer world now rearranges to reflect what is eternally yours. Stay in this awareness as the presence continues. Go forth, child of the infinite, and speak only life. Let your words heal, uplift, and create beauty. For you are the living word, God's promise made flesh. The golden light surrounds you entirely now, spinning gently, sealing every cell with divine remembrance. You feel peace deeper than thought, joy deeper than reason. You know that all is well. You begin to walk out of the river glowing with radiance, but the current flows with you. It will never leave you. Wherever you go, the river of provision flows too. Every step you take will reveal more abundance. Pause in this knowing. Breathe, smile, whisper quietly, I am prosperity fulfilled. I am the word made visible. Affirmation of completion. Now, beloved, speak this final decree aloud. Let it roll from your heart with majesty and certainty. By divine law, my words go forth and accomplish their purpose. Nothing can return void to me. Every seed of truth I have spoken bears fruit in perfect time. I am the living word of abundance. I walk in unbroken supply. The law of increase is active in my life forever. Pause. Feel it settle into your bones. You have crossed the threshold from belief to embodiment, from desire to realization. You are no longer speaking to create abundance. You are speaking as abundance. Every time you speak truth, henceforth, the law will respond instantly. You will find yourself magnetized to opportunity, guided to provision, carried by grace. This is the eternal rhythm of divine demonstration. There is no more striving, only aligning. No more hoping, only knowing. You are the word fulfilled, the decree embodied, the manifestation already complete. So it is, so it has been, and so it shall forever be. Take one last deep breath and place your hand over your heart. Feel its steady beat, the pulse of divine life, echoing the eternal word. Whisper, I am grateful. I am whole. I am supplied. The light around you brightens one final time, then slowly softens into peace. You return to awareness, carrying with you the memory of the golden river, the certainty of law, and the joy of knowing that your word, once spoken, is eternal. As this sacred journey draws to its close, let gratitude be your final song. Look upon your life now as a completed work of divine art. Every detail is touched by the hand of Spirit. You have spoken wealth into being. You have become the abundance you once sought. And now, beloved listener, if this word awakened your faith, if it reminded you of your divine inheritance, then share it with those you love. Let this ripple of divine remembrance expand across the world until every heart remembers its wealth. Every voice becomes light. Every life becomes a living decree. Together, let us speak the final word. Abundance is our birthright. Prosperity is our nature. The word of God through us fulfills itself perfectly. And now, the silence receives your last decree, carrying it into eternity. If this word awakened your faith, share it with those you love. Together, let